Progress.
Hello. Oh, see, I told you my
There
camera
you
was
go.
going to do something wonky as soon as I
Yeah.
started. Hello,
Well, it
everybody.
wasn't on the live stream because I didn't switch the scene yet. So you're good. So when I
Oh,
switched
good.
it
Oh, good.
here,
Thankfully.
I got
Thankfully.
you.
Yes.
You know, I
Listen.
got you.
Jesse. So welcome in, everybody. Hopefully you're having a good Monday. It's been super busy already, which is really, really fun.
Yeah.
So hopefully everybody's nice and rested from the weekend, has their coffee, and is ready to learn lots of really fun stuff. Welcome to our streamers. If you are joining us via stream, then and you would like a certificate. Okay, I gotta stop looking at Discord. And you would like a certificate of completion, please make sure that you register, because without that, we don't know if you're here or not. So you do need to register. There is a way to register at no cost. The new registration page is a little bit different. We have to go and use discount codes. So it's kind of a little bit different than our last class running, but there is a free option if you email tuition assistance. And you can kind of scroll down on the registration page to find that. So it's Monday. We are John will be here in a second. We did see him. We spotted him. He's grabbing some drinks and all of that stuff, and he should be back in a minute. And I wanted to talk a little bit about Wild West Hackin' Fest. There is still tickets, in-person only tickets available, but it is also something that you can attend virtually. And we do still have some room in our classes, either live in person or via hybrid. It's a hybrid event. So we've put a lot of work into that, and hopefully people will be able to join us. And I think somebody said hi to me. I missed it. Let me put.
Yeah, somebody did.
Because I saw
It was Wayne's Real World.
Oh, hi, Wayne.
Yeah.
Wayne's World. Remember that party time?
That was a classic movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to date yourself with that one a little bit.
Listen, I could date myself with a lot older movies. I could tell you that. What I watched on Friday night? You want to talk about really dating myself? I watched To Kill a Mockingbird.
Okay.
That's such a classic movie. I just loved that. I mean, it was just such an amazing movie. But then, I always go to my go-tos, like my Murder, She Wrote and The Love Boat.
Good old Murder, She Wrote. I haven't heard Murder, She Wrote in a while. And mine is, I'm still on Sanford and Son. I've been watching Sanford and Son for years. Yeah. Unbelievable, actually. I feel like I have an issue, or there's something there.
Well, it's like that comfort background.
It's very comforting. Yeah.
Yes.
Because I'm not really actually watching it. You're right. It's just more so.
It's just like a background. It's like your friend in the background.
Yeah.
So in the chat, does anybody else have weird, or is this just Daryl and I have weird like shows that you consistently watch as kind of like background noise?
Yeah.
What is it, Wayne?
Yeah, what is it? Don't just.
You gotta tell us.
You gotta
Harry Potter,
MASH. Okay.
MASH, that's a good one.
I remember MASH was always our cue to go to bed. Like when I was younger, MASH was like, all right, it's time. Yeah. Time for me to go to bed. It came on like right after, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it came on after Married with Children. I'm trying to, at least here, I think MASH came on. It was like midnight or 11:30.
Ted Lasso, I love it. And are you watching Nihil Nix? Are you watching the new season? I just started the new season. I love Ted Lasso.
Eric and I are one season back.
The new season's good too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just such an amazing show. Like my sister had been asking me to watch it for years. I was just like, I don't want to watch it. And then I was like, okay, fine. You watch Bridgerton, because she refused to watch Bridgerton. So I was like, watch Bridgerton and I'll watch Ted Lasso. And we both, of course, loved each other.
I'm actually feeling like Bridgerton's getting a bit derivative.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's so predictable, but it's still, it's a good show.
Oh, hold on. I gotta go. Small fire. Be right back.
Okay. He doesn't mean fire in a literal sense, I'm sure. I thought the S ... like Naruto.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you pronounce it, right?
Naruto.
I never got into into those.
It's the best story. It's one of the greatest stories ever told. Just so you know, I'm just letting everybody know Naruto is one of the greatest stories ever told.
Yeah. I don't.
If you can get over the fact, well, a lot of people just can't get over the fact that it's
the anime.
Yeah. You got to get.
I think that's. Yeah, I think that's probably my, my hang up with it.
Mm-hmm.
Might be the anime part.
Yeah.
Because it's just weird. I grew up in the 70s and 80s, and that style of cartoon is not.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I just completely dated myself there. Oh, in chat, if you can join our Discord, can you put that information over?
It's in the our Zoom resources actually, but I'll put it in the chat too.
Look at you, fancy.
We stepped our game up. Okay.
Listen.
Okay.
Reacher, the person in Zoom was saying.
I heard Reacher was really good.
Get past his demeanor in the first season. Which one? I don't know. Maybe Ted Lasso. Maybe they were talking about Ted Lasso and then.
Naruto. No. Oh, yeah. Well, so when I first watched it, somebody said you have to get past a certain point before it gets really good, which is the exams. And they were absolutely right. So you have to watch it until you get past they call them tuning exams. Then you're good to go. So, but yeah, I was warned about that from the beginning.
Yeah. Jamie, the labs are over in the resources channel is instructions on the cloud lab environment. So you should be able to find that over there. Oh, I don't know. I don't think it beat. Oh, she did. It looks to me like it's backwards. It looks like Jesse won that battle, but Jesse is our amazing nerd herder that comes and helps us all the time. Without her, I just don't know what we would do. And Brian, of course, is our time traveling nerd herder. He is coming to us from the future. Where are we supposed to get the redeem code for the class? If you're asking about for Discord, the class channels are open and they're at the top. So make sure that at the very top where it says anti-siphon training, there's that little down arrow, make sure that show all channels is checked and you should be able to find the channel. Oh my gosh, Code Brew. Yes. Today has been a crazy Monday.
It started off.
I mean, crazy. It's been banana pants. I don't know what's going on.
Started off. Why?
Morning, Calvin Whitney. And again, just to re-mention it, if you're joining us via stream and you just want to stay on stream, that's totally fine. But if you need a certificate of completion, please register on our website so that you can get a certificate. But you don't have to.
Oh, wow. I've been turned into a fox furry. What does the fox say? You know what? The internet and the memes, let's be honest, 10 years ago, the memes and the internet were far better than they are today.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
Because there was the AI. I mean, people would make them.
Well, yeah, but I've seen some good AI ones. I truly have. Now Brian's just messing with me.
Yeah.
This is what I get. We did the meeting talking about how we can use AI to do generation, but it can't look like AI. I love how Brian is just leaning into it. Like, he's like, it's awesome. But no, those memes were just on fire.
They were.
Like, I don't know if you guys, my kids were really into Vine. Vine was kind of like the TikTok.
Vines were great because they were, especially at the beginning, they were only 7 seconds or so, like that.
Yeah.
Like, they were short and sweet and to the point.
Yeah.
There was a comedy series. I can't remember if it was like 5, 10, or 8-second comedy skits, but all of their comedy skits, maybe someone can find this out on the internet for me. I can put the internet to work on it. But every one of their skits was only 8 seconds or 10 seconds long. That was it. So they had to pop, and it had to be funny within that period of time. And it was hilarious. And I think that some of those people worked with the Cracked website back then as well. So
we're aging ourselves a lot today, by the way.
I love that. My coffee looked at me this morning and said, "Sorry, I don't do miracles." Ouch.
Yeah.
And here I am.
John owns a coffee shop, so
I do own a coffee shop, but
he's also a gigantic fan of low sodium V8. So if you know anybody in the low sodium V8 atmosphere, please let them know. We'd be happy to take them as a sponsor.
I will wear their jacket.
Yes. John's going to be like a NASCAR driver.
I am.
He's going to have a bunch of patches on.
Going to be Folgers instant decaf coffee.
Yes.
The low sodium V8. What are some other foods that people just hate? Vegetables. Just generally, like, is there a vegetable lobby in the industry?
I'm sure there is.
We need people to eat more vegetables. And it's like, oh, wow, hey, look, the ice cream guys are walking down the street, and the ice cream guys just beat the shit out of the vegetable lobbyists. I don't know how that would work.
They need to have like lobbyists, like American Gladiator duels.
Yeah, exactly.
I think with those gigantic Q-tips.
Boy,
Joust. I think it was called the Joust. What? Yeah,
it's like the last Game of Thrones. It's like, wow, the sugar industry. I would have never expected that from the sugar industry. Damn, they showed up and just pummeled the exercise and hard work industry. It was, who knew?
Yeah.
So,
well, are you ready, sir?
I'm ready. I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we will be around in the background if anybody has any questions, but have a good class.
All right, let's get rolling. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Getting Started with BHIS as a SOC analyst in the age of AI, which we've tacked that on. If you're wondering where the slides are, you should go over to the resources channel in Discord, because that's where we're actually putting the slides for this course. And there's 2 slide decks. There's the main slide deck that you see here, and then there's the extra special AI add-on that we are going to be going over either later on today or tomorrow. I want to get through the Linux section before we jump into AI. And the reason why I want to get to the Linux section before we get into the AI section is I really want you to kind of see the basics and fundamentals of networking and Linux, maybe even Windows, and then we roll AI so you can see how it snaps onto it. So I'm really, really, really excited about this class, and I'll do a little preview here. This is an AI workflow that I set up in N8N. And you'll find out what this is a little bit later. But you'll actually be doing a lab in N8N. And basically it breaks down, and you have a series of nodes that are generated here that are workflow steps for something to process. And what we're going to be talking about in this class is a lot of these different workflow steps. As I talk about in my class extensively, we look at computer security, especially when you're a SOC analyst or getting started in computer security, as a series of Lego bricks that you can take and you can kind of snap them together to build an overall flow. So we're going to be giving you a block for Linux. I'm going to be giving you a block for networking. We're going to be giving you blocks for Windows. We're going to give you these little blocks of data analytics. And then we're going to talk about how this all can get tied together in a way that works and makes a lot of sense. And I'm excited. The lab that we're doing, we're going to be using webhooks on this. So you'll see how we can actually hook into different services and do analysis. This is one that I just created this morning. So what it does, as an example, let's say we have an IP address or a group of IP addresses that are interesting. We can take that data, and if it's in a CSV, spreadsheet, or text, we can then extract it from different file formats. We can validate the IP addresses. We can hook it into the Shodan Internet DB, where we can get data for it. So if I was to put into this right here, if I put in an IP address here, let me see what the format of that is. You put in the IP address there. So I can put in, let's go 8.8.8.8. It sends that data into Shodan and it receives back this like text that looks like gobbledygook, right? So we have like host names, IP, DNS Google, the IP address, what ports, but we can also get information if there is information about vulnerabilities and things of that nature. If this seems a bit crazy, don't worry. I'm just kind of showing you the guideposts on where we're going because we're going to build up to building these things. We'll pull that data back, normalize the lookups, aggregate the data, offshoot it into OpenAI. If you do not have an OpenAI account, go set one up. Put a credit card on it. It's not that expensive what we're going to be doing, but we're going to take that data that is aggregated from Shodan, and then we will kick it into AI. AI will then build the report associated with that output, and then we'll be able to download and view that report, and we can get the data associated with it. Hold on. We get the output like this. Right? So the point of where we're going, right? Like if we're talking about, hey kids, we're going to Disney World. And you're like, yay. Right now I'm showing you Disney World. This is where we're going, right? So we can take that raw data that we have. We can take that raw data in and we can do a whole bunch of different analysis against that data. And then on the output, we get a really nice report that AI helped us do analysis to generate. It's pretty flippin' cool, right? So this is Disney World. This is where we are going, y'all. Now, in order to get there, we've got to go through and we've got to talk about those Lego blocks that are created. Because if we look at what we have here for N8N, if I go ahead and close this out, you can see the overall workflow that I created. We're going to upload an IP file. We're going to route by file type. We're going to extract and validate the IP addresses. We're going to look at the data. We're going to aggregate that data. We're going to do trend analysis using AI. A lot of what you do to become more effective in using AI is, number one, not using AI at all, but understanding at a core level the data that we're working with, and then how you feed it into it. Yep, you're going to want to open up a OpenAI account. That's the one I'm using for my labs because they're very cheap for personal accounts. We aren't doing anything super expensive with this at all, so don't panic about it. But it'll help you kind of understand these workflows and how this actually works. Also, this doesn't have to be all that difficult. See, I can do this. Let me show you a trick real quick, okay? So you can work within these tools and you can use AI to help you build these workflows. So here we go. All right. All right, I would like a workflow where we pull in EVTX files from a Windows computer system, and then it does data analytics on those EVTX files for potentially malicious attack patterns showing up. We want to have a strong focus on EVTX files associated with Sysmon event log files. Stop. And I can feed that directly into something like N8N or even OpenAI or Anthropic, and it'll actually generate a workflow. Now, this is just a really, really basic, stupid one that I'm showing you. But if you can talk about what you need and you can communicate the individual components associated with doing that, then you develop a very, very powerful tool in how to incorporate artificial intelligence in what you're doing. So right now, that's cooking. It's going to go through and set this up. It's creating the flag. It's going through. It's thinking about how this works. So we're going to let it do its thing. But the output is what I showed you. Ah, excellent. So in this situation, it said, should the exported sysmon event data reach N8N? I can do push to JSON. I can have it be on a shared folder. I can read it, file uploaded from a form. I'm going to put that in. Let's see what it comes up with. And then it said, how should the malicious pattern detection work? Rule-based, sysmon, known attack indicator, LOL bins. I'm going to go with both because why not both like that? And then it said, where should the alerts go? I'm going to say just load it into N8N as a data table. I could have it generate an alert to Slack. I could have it generate to email, Microsoft Teams. Could do all of those different ones or something else. And then submit. You can see the AI is talking with me. Whenever it gets into a situation where it doesn't understand the context associated with what I asked it to do, it's asking clarifying questions. But I have to understand those Lego bricks. I have to understand at a core level what it is I want it to do and what the technology is that it's working on it underneath. So that's where we're headed. That's Disney World. Let's hop in the Studebaker and let's start going cross country. Also, I want to do a big thanks to the Cyber Call and Andrew Morgan. How many of you are here from the Cyber Call or here for MSSPs or MSPs? If you are, just type into Discord MSP or MSSP. Give us an idea. We really, really love our MSP and MSSP friends who show up to these classes and try to upskill as much as they can on their team. So big shout out in our partnership with Cyber Call. Be sure to check out Right of Boom as well. Now, in this class, as I mentioned, those Lego bricks are critical, right? Because if we go back here, it's going through, I'm going to allow it to create a data table. We're setting this stuff up and we're working with AI to have AI do something for us, right? It's cooking. Now, in order for it to do that, we have to have a good understanding of what Windows is and how we can interact and work on a Windows computer system. We have to have a good understanding of how Linux works. How do we actually interact with Linux operating systems and TCP/IP and networks and things of that nature? This goes down to the basics and core fundamentals. And one of the big concerns that I have in the industry as it stands today is a lot of people believe that AI is going to completely replace junior analysts because we can have AI do all of these things. One of the problems with that thought process is if you don't have baby analysts, how do you get big adult analysts? You need to have those junior people in this system as well. But I think the skills that they have to learn are fundamentally different. And that's what we're focusing on, what those skills are. So initially, before the age of AI, if you just knew Windows, Linux, and TCP/IP, that was very powerful. But now you have to learn how you can actually generate that in an overall workflow and doing analysis in a SOC. And that is what we're trying to give you, is how can you take these individual Lego bricks and snap them into a much larger context of using AI to assist you in the data analytics that we're working with on those as well. And all of these things are core things that are required for doing SOC analyst work at Black Hills Information Security. Also, there's going to be some overlap between this class and then the intro to security class, like AI. We have a really cool lab where we're using N8N, and you'll learn how to use that either at the end of today or tomorrow. It's probably going to be the end of tomorrow. We'll add that lab in because at that point, you have been through Windows. At that point, you have been through Linux. At that point, you have been through networking. So when you're snapping these pieces together, you're going to have a much better understanding about where we are going when we get to Disney World. So there's going to be some overlap. And both of these classes, Intro to SOC Core Skills and Intro to Computer Security, are both feeder courses for going into my cyber deception class. I love cyber deception. It's probably my favorite class to teach because it's all about messing with attackers in increasingly creative and fun ways. So if you haven't checked that class out, you should. If you want, you can join this journey with me. We can go through SOC Core Skills, Intro to Security, and move on into cyber deception as well. The other thing I want to talk about is what should your plan be? I've done an entire presentation out there that is really this course's first, it's the first 2 years of that plan. Consider it like a jump start on that. So when we're looking at your 5-year plan, it was designed for people that are college students, right? That wanted to establish a roadmap to try to get into the world of computer security and possibly network penetration testing. So yes, we had that as a roadmap. If you'd like a more in-depth kind of breakdown of that 5-year plan, we've got a series of links that are getting dropped into the Discord server right now, so you can actually watch this presentation. Or you can just Google John Strand 5-year plan, and then it'll open up and you can go and watch that hour-long video. And this is really a roadmap for how this class and the Intro to Security class was structured going forward. All right, enough of that. Let's get in. Let's jump straight into the good stuff. So you're compromised. Now what? That is literally going to be the question that we're going to ask, and it's going to be the lens in which we view everything that we're about to discuss. When we're talking about Windows, we're going to be talking about Windows from the perspective of, so you're compromised, now what? We're talking about Linux, we're going to be talking about Linux through the lens of Linux. It's compromised. Now what? Instead of going through Windows and Linux and spending a whole bunch of time going through and regurgitating man pages and boring commands like Ben Stein and Ferris Bueller's Day Off, we're going to be focusing on how can you learn these technologies by applying them directly and trying to identify malicious actors on your systems and on your networks. The other thing that's important about these Lego blocks that we're using in this course is we are doing this once again, because AI may get you to the point where it's like, hey, I think that system's compromised, but you have to do the research. It's going to be dependent on you to be able to validate what AI is actually telling you on that as well. So when we're working through this, I want you to look at this through the terms and the lens of breached, right? Breached network, breached Windows, breached Linux computer systems. And AI will be a part of that for what's feeding in, for doing analytics, and also what's coming out when it tells you it thinks something is wrong. Because ultimately, it's going to come down to having a human, that would be you, making a determination as far as what to do. Now, you may wonder, why isn't AI just doing this all on its own? AI can do a lot on its own, but I'm going to warn you that all it takes is one time for a tool or AI to automatically nuke an executive's computer system for that executive to start blaming the tool or the analyst for what had happened. So putting a human in that truly understands before very consequential judgments are made is absolutely essential for us moving forward. So first steps in any incident, anytime you're working with any level of system, whether it's Windows, Linux, or networking, or any SaaS products, can be incredibly difficult. It can lead to overall paralysis for many, many, many people because they just don't know what to do. As Homer tells us, trying is the first step towards failure. Also, many times you're only judged on your failures, right? You can do absolutely everything right for 5 years in a career, but if you nuke an executive's computer that one time, that is what you're going to be judged against. Now, we want to get away from that, just judging people on their failures, but trust me, it is how a lot of people look at things in computer security. When you screw up, you're going to get judged on that. So if you just kind of sit quiet and don't do anything, then you don't make any mistakes, you don't get judged, and you just kind of hobble along. We want to break that mold as much as we possibly can. So mistakes and paralysis are just two things that we have to be careful of in dealing with. We need to have a plan and we need to keep moving. All right. We need to have a plan and we need to keep moving. So that's why we're going to cover these basic steps, right? The basic building blocks and understanding of what you need, because you don't want to be in a situation where someone says, AI says this is bad. Do you agree with it? And you're like, I don't know. I spent all of my time playing handheld video games and I guess AI is right. Yeah, we want to get past that, right? So let's go through and let's kind of take this apart. It's kind of an analogy. So the wrong way to do incident response and the wrong way to do anything in IT, especially in IR, is setting up very, very detailed workflows. And I love this I love this picture. I like this picture because years ago I had a gentleman that was presenting. He was from IBM and he had a PhD, so it was really a smart dude. You know, he had a monocle and a top hat, had little patches on his elbows. He had the whole thing, right? He had it locked down, and he was giving a presentation to us at Northrop Grumman, and he came up to a slide in his IBM slide deck like this, and it was one of the most complicated, convoluted identity and access management slides I had ever seen. It was crazy, and the dude just looked at it and said, "Yep, that's pretty much self-explanatory," and just clicked past the slide. I was like, genius. Like, that is big brain genius move right there. Just like, yeah, pretty much you understand this if you know anything about computers, and just clicked on. And that kind of got into my kind of hate for workflows as far as flow diagrams and decisions. Now, completely different views whenever we're creating code and we're generating things like this, like what we created over here with N8N, right? So I've got a workflow here. I've got other workflows that I've created as well. But creating these workflows is actually pretty cool, right? If it's actually code, right? If we have some level of code that we're using to generate those workflows, that can give us rigor. That can give us that programmatic thought process. But whenever you get a book, right, and you got that book and it's got these crazy convoluted workflows, almost universally, people throw those books away. They just are not interested in trying to follow the flow. Further, you can come up with the most detailed plan for dealing with any level of an incident. And as Mike Tyson said, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. Or Dwight Eisenhower said, plans are useless, but planning is indispensable. And I've taken the Dwight Eisenhower quote far, far, far to heart, where plans are useless, but planning is indispensable. And the reason why is a plan looks like this, right? Planning looks like this, Lego bricks. As we go through this course, we're going to be spending a lot of time looking and working in backdoors and breaches. Let me share this link with you all. And by the way, I'll show you real quick, you can play this game against each other if you want to. We've got a competitive backdoors and breaches game. I'll walk through that here in just a second. But all of the things that we are talking about in this class, whenever we're talking about detection cards and the things that we do, like endpoint analysis, is part of this class. Endpoint security protection analysis is part of this class. When we're talking about firewall log analysis, all of these different things are part of this course, because these are the individual skills that you need to have. Now, you can absolutely take these different skills and you can apply it in a game. So what you can do is you can go to play, go to game modes, and I'm going to choose competitive. Let me sign in real quick. There we go. Signing in. There we go. And we got some people that are playing games right now, which is pretty cool. So check that out. But I can create a new game to kind of learn the things that we're talking about in this class and how they apply. So I'm just going to play by myself, and I'm going to call it John Strand, like so. And I'll make it invite only, and other people can jump in if they want, but I can create and join, and I'm going to add an AI character so I can show you how it works. I'm going to add an AI. So I've got aggressive Toby. I'll be playing against him. I'm going to use the deck that I've created. This is a deck building game for the strategy, and I'm going to submit that deck, and I'm going to start the game. Next is going to ask me to roll for initiative. I rolled a 3. Toby rolled a 9. I hate Toby, and he gets to go first, right? So this entire class is built around this game, or this game is built around this class, or vice versa. We have this kind of symbiotic relationship. So if you want to learn how these things actually work and how they function and how they counteract each other, you can absolutely do that here. So let me go back to my cards, because each of these cards, whenever you view all of these cards that you have, like let's say endpoint analysis, I can flip that card over and it gives me all of the different tools, the different attacks that it detects. And then down at the bottom, it has the labs associated with understanding that specific card. We will be going through those labs. So you can understand at a much deeper level how endpoint and endpoint protection analysis works in detecting things in your environment on that as well. Glitch, do you happen to know if you guys are going to be running your $1,500 course package like we did last year during the holidays? I think we're going to work that out. Megan, do we want to get them a link? We can talk about it maybe at the end of class today.
So. Yeah, I can put the link, but it's available all the time, every day now.
Yep.
We just made it a permanent thing.
So if you want, check it out. All right, good question. All right, so that's how these cards play into this. So these are the Lego bricks that I'm going to be teaching you. So instead of it just being a game and going through and, setting it up, let me go back into my game here. Instead of just making a game and some cards, I want you to understand and get your hands dirty with all of these different aspects of what we do in backdoors and breaches. It's my turn. Let me show you how the game works. So you can see it's glowing over here. So if I select where it's glowing, it says these are the 3 cards I can choose from. I'm feeling lucky, +3 modifier on a defensive roll. Not going to do that because I'm not under attack directly. AC Hunter is installed. I can block any C2. Internal Honey User. These are trap cards. I'm going to buy one. Confirm that card. Now I've got a trap set on that as well. I just lost 2 resource points. I'm going to skip purchasing because I don't like defense. I'm going to go right to attack and we'll start rolling. If it's 11 or higher, my attack is successful. I just got in with social engineering. I roll again. And I just got persistence with DLL, dynamic link hijacking. I just roll again. And I rolled a 1, a critical failure. Whenever I roll a critical failure, it means I've lost my turn and I lost all of my cards. So yeah, you all can be playing this. You can set up the game. You can play each other while you're listening to me. It's a great way to learn what we're doing here on there. All right. So all of those cards are the IR Legos that we're going to be talking about in this class and the other class that we're going to be teaching with the intro to security stuff a little bit later. So these Lego bricks are really going to become the foundation for your career and what you're doing. All right. So when we do this, when we do these hands-on labs and we set all of this up and we're playing the game, we're getting more familiar with technological concepts and computer security. And what that helps you do is not panic, right? So if you panic, usually it's because you don't understand something. So the first step is don't panic. Don't freak out. I said, don't freak out. Don't do that. And this only comes with practice and exposure. And this class is part of that overall practice and exposure that you'll be getting on this as well. When you're in the military, it's like weapons training, right? You drill under the worst circumstances. So whenever you need to use a firearm, you're completely set up. Cyber is not a lot different. We want to drill. We want to be up to date. We want to know exactly what's going on. So whenever we're encountering an attack, we're encountering something in our environment, we are not panicking. Right? We're not dealing with it as well. So when you're looking at these tools, whether it's memory forensics, Deep Blue CLI, IR scripts, logon tracer, you really shouldn't be trying to use these tools for the first time in the middle of an incident. It should almost be second nature than what you're doing. Right? So we're going to start with networking. It sounds like it's my turn. All right. You can see it's over here. He just missed. I hate Toby. All right, so we're going to start with networking. And the reason why we're going to start with networking is it's absolutely the foundation to absolutely everything else that we will be doing. When we're talking about Windows attacks, Linux attacks, we're going to be talking about ports, we're going to be talking about backdoors, we're going to be talking about a number of different things. So we need to understand how networking works. And I'm not going to be going over the OSI model. If you saw a lot of people, they're trying to entice me and pull me out of my cage and get me to rip on the OSI model. And those people today, they're successful because that's where we talk about in this class. So quick question, how many of you were actually trained in the OSI model? Like you're learning computers and computer security. Anyone out there? Right? And then we got OSI, the internet that wasn't, and that's Usenix. We'll just do that. IEEE. So here's my problem. The OSI model doesn't exist in modern computing. It just doesn't. It was basically something that was created in the 60s, and I'll keep posting this link that's out there. It was created in the 60s and by like these guys right here. They look like they're straight out of Mad Men, right? Like this guy, right? Like all of these guys look like they're straight out of Mad Men. Like they came off the Manhattan Project years before, right? Before we even had anything associated with like modern computers at all. So if you want an in-depth article, I put this in here. This goes through how the OSA model really doesn't correlate to how networking works like at all. Right. Instead, we're going to be using the TCP/IP model. And this is how they try to break it out and try to conform these two things to each other, but they don't. It doesn't make any sense. You can't go and write a filter for the presentation layer in TCP dump. You can't do it in Wireshark. You can't do it in T-Shark. You just can't, right? You can extract application layers, but you can't really do the presentation. It's not a thing. Right. So yeah, the sixth layer of cigarette smoke is a good joke that comes up periodically. That's a good one. But this will give you the full history of why the internet doesn't work that way. All right. So we're using the TCP/IP model. We're using the Stevens 4-layer model because that's how internet computers work. And by the way, I apologize profusely. I know that some of you had professors and they taught you this. Some of your professors probably looked like this guy on the left, right? Like he looks like he's Gregory Rasputin out of Hellboy or something. I don't know what's going on with that guy. But you had a professor that seemed like a really smart dude that hadn't done anything substantial in like 20, 30 years, but he's tenured and that's great. But didn't know how the stuff worked. We're going to show you the straight dope. We're going to show you how things actually work and how the tools correlate back into those things as well. So I want you to think of, I don't have any letters here, any boxes that have been shipped to me. No, I have no letters. All right. So I want you to think of a letter, right? When we're looking at what is on a letter, right? You have addresses. And in those addresses, you have things like, what is the country? What is the state? What is the zip code? What is the actual address and street? That gets to like from coarse granularity to finer granularity. And when we're dealing with networking and how we're communicating on the overall internet, kind of works very similarly, right? So when we're building this, right, we're going to start with the IP header. All right. So the IP header is really associated with IP addresses. All of the computers on the internet have a number. All right. That number is like a phone number. So if I want to go to, let's just go to Shodan. If I go to Shodan and I do a search for SCADA systems, you can see these computers right here have SCADA systems exposed to the open internet. Let's do paper-cut. So there's a new vulnerability that's out there, paper-cut servers. Let me pull something. All right, let me pull a query down here real quick. All right, so if I want to find systems that are like that have paper cut, okay, I can put it in quotes. I can do a number of different things. Let's do HTTP title paper cut servers because there's a vulnerability that is in the new paper cut servers. Oh, hold on. Let me go over here. I'm in my wrong Shodan system. Here we go. This is the right one. All right. So I can do a search for different types of things. Like I can do in title paper cut, and there is 186,857 paper cut servers on the internet. All right. And a bunch of these are vulnerable to attack right now. There's a vulnerability that came out. It's remotely exploitable. These are print servers. But if you're looking, you can see that every one of them has an IP address. We have like 15.216.7.76. We got 3.144.236.133. All of these systems have IP addresses associated with them. And that is very similar to like a phone number. If we're trying to find out the phone number. Oh, dear God. All right. So here we have a system This particular computer system is 5117.154.141. And these are all the ports that are open on this particular computer system. To say that there's a lot of ports on this system is an understatement. And I can actually go to this system. And it's a Mirth connector administrator system. I don't know what the hell this thing is. But you can see I go directly to that IP address, right? I can actually go, let's go to 443. Here we go. Go to this one. And this has got everything and the kitchen sink running on it, right? Go to advance. I know the risks. Let's proceed, even though we know it's unsafe. So yeah, we've got some weird things going on this particular computer. Could be honeypot, possibly. Actually, no, I've been studying this quite a bit, y'all. A lot of servers that get compromised end up having a ridiculous number of different ports open on them, crazy number of ports that are open on them. But we have a lot of paper-cut servers that are just open on the internet. But once again, that number is important. So if I want to talk to that number, let me go to this system again. Let me pull down that IP. With that IP address and the IP header right here, I can open up a terminal and I can ping that system to see if it's up. This one's not. Let me ping a system that I know is up. All right. So if I want to talk to a computer, let's say I want to go to this computer. All right. This is Google's DNS server. If I want to connect to the system and identify this particular computer, I can ping it, right? So I can do ping 8.8.8.8, and I can send a packet to that particular computer system that is an ICMP echo request. And we're going to see this with Wireshark a little bit later. And if that system's alive, it's going to respond back. So it's like 64 bytes responded back from 8.8.8.8. So I know that that system is alive. If a system is not responsive to pings, I get request timeouts. So that IP address is like that unique number, right, of each computer system on the internet. And I can see how my traffic gets to that computer system. Let me make this a little bit bigger by doing a trace route to it, right? And this is now telling me these are all of the systems that my packets go through to get to that ultimate destination that's at Google. So you can think of these as little post offices on the internet. As it's receiving the packets, they're handing it off to other servers to get it closer and closer and closer to the IP address I'm communicating with. So we go through each of these different systems, going through Lumen, and then these systems are handing it off. And then it gets to hop 13, which is just a non-responsive hop. But it allows me to try to get that packet to that computer. So that is stored, that IP address is stored in the IP header. And inside of the IP header, we have the version number, we have the type of service that it is, we have the total length, the identification field. Okay, this is kind of cool. A long time ago, when the internet was just a baby, there was a bunch of routers like these things right here. These are all routers that are routing the traffic between me and 8.8.8.8. Okay, those are routers. And on the open internet back in the old DARPA days, some of those routers were more powerful than others. Some of those routers couldn't take very large packets at all. So what they would do is they would take a big packet, break that packet down to smaller packets, and then give all of those smaller packets the same IP ID field. That way they knew that all of those packets hung together. Like it was a nice rug that helped the whole room hang together, right? And then that ID allowed you to reassemble them. Now we have these additional flags. We have the don't fragment, the more fragment, and we have the X fragment. What's that? That's reserved. We'll come to that one here in a second. And then we have the fragmentation offset. And the offset told the receiving system how to reassemble those packets that were fragmented in an order that made sense, that allowed them all to work together. Okay? So that was used for packet fragmentation back in the internet, in the old days of the internet. right? Still see some fragmentation out there as well. Time to live, we'll talk about that more a little bit later, but that is very much tied to what I'm doing here when I'm running traceroute to these systems, right? That's using TTL. It's basically a reverse counter. The protocol, the checksum to make sure the packet hasn't been violated the integrity of it. And then we get the source and the destination IP address. That's the IP address. That's what we saw in the 8.8.8.8. That's what we saw when we're in Shodan and we're looking at IP addresses. That is the IP address. So the source is who I am, like an envelope, who's it coming from, and the destination is who's it going to. Because if I'm opening up communication on the open internet, I've got to say where the packet is going. And when I send the packet, it has to know how to respond back. So that return address has to be present. We also have IP options that are used for all kinds of really wicked cool things. Like you can use like loose and strict source routing and things like that. We won't get into that too much here, but there's some weird things where you can bend packets in strange ways on that as well. Now, right below that, so we have the IP header, right? And that's got big, important stuff. Where is it going? What does it do to come back? Then right below that is the TCP header. So we have the IP header, then we have the TCP header. That TCP header is getting a little bit more detail on where it's going once it receives that system. Because if I go back to Shodan, I have these things called ports, right? These are all ports, these blue things. And on your computer system, there's 65,536 ports times 2. There's 65,536 TCP ports, and there's 65,536 UDP ports. And this little visual is kind of helpful. I want you to think of like your computer talking to my computer as like two separate hotels. And each of those hotels has 2 towers. It has the UDP tower and it has the TCP tower. And each of those hotels has 65,536 hotel rooms. If I'm talking to your hotel, I'm sending a packet to your computer, I'm going to send a packet to, let's say, port 80, port 80. That will send that packet with the TCP. It'll say what port it goes to, and it'll knock on port 80. If that port is open, your system will respond back to the source hotel room that it came from. Hopefully that analogy somewhat works, right? Because in that TCP header, we have the source port and we have the destination port. We also have the sequence numbers and acknowledgement numbers. See, if I'm talking to Google, Google is talking literally to millions of computer systems simultaneously. How does it keep them all separate? It does a number of things to keep them separated, but one of the things that it does to keep them separated is when you're communicating with TCP, it generates a pseudo-random acknowledgement and sequence number. Well, the acknowledgement number isn't pseudo-random, the sequence number is. So what it means and how this actually works is if I send you a packet, it's going to have that sequence number, and that's going to be a 32-bit number. Right. I know it's 32 bits because if you look here, the sequence number goes all the way across, left to right, no line in between. That means it's 32 bits. If you were to count these bits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, we have 8, 16, 24, 32 bits. If we look at source port's only 16 bits. That means there's 65,536 possible values. Destination port, 16 bits, halfway, 65,536. And sequence number, 32 bits, 4.72 billion and change possible values, right? So that's how it keeps you communicating with the server, separated with other people that are communicating with the server at a TCP IP stack level. Applications do like cookies and keeping people separate from each other in different ways as well. All right. Next, we have offset, we have reserved, which we don't use, and then we have the TCP flags. These are control flags that tell the computers what part of the conversation we're in. These first two are used for congestion. We can either tell the system to slow down, like we're going to slow down, there's too much traffic coming into the system. We use these 2 bits for congestion. But then the rest of the flags are used for different parts of the conversation. So the U flag is urge or urgent. That means that there is urgent data in the payload, and the pointer will be an offset to where that urgent data is. ACK is an acknowledgement. It means I received a packet and I'm acknowledging that packet. Push means do not fill up the TCP window size. It means just throw it directly into the application directly. R means reset. Reset the conversation. Something got out of order. The numbers are weird. The checksums failed. Reset, start over. SYN means we're starting a new conversation. So I go and I knock on that door. I'm going to send a SYN packet. And then FIN means we're at the end of the conversation. It means we're done. All the data is transmitted. Close it out. The UDP header is different. As I told you, there's two separate towers. So you'll have an IP header and a TCP header. You'll have an IP header or a UDP header. You will not have an IP header, a UDP header, and a TCP header. You just won't. It's just that's the way it's actually cut down. UDP is a completely different protocol that is designed for completely different things. All right. So UDP, there were some people that shared some AI generated memes on TCP versus UDP. Those were kind of funny. You want to share those memes out. That's great. But UDP for user datagram protocol, sometimes we call it unreliable DAM protocol. There's no concept of sequence, right? So if you look at TCP, it's really worried about making sure everything is just so. Everything that was sent was received, and it was received properly. We have sequence numbers, we have acknowledgement numbers, we have like acknowledgement flags, sequence numbers. We have all of these different things. UDP has none of it. So you see a number of UDP jokes that are showing up over here. And one of the jokes is I have a UDP joke and I don't care if you get it. That's a joke. It's not being mean. It's just UDP is a fire and forget protocol. It sends you the packet and it doesn't really care if you receive it. It's just fast. There's no acknowledgement. There's no going back and forth at all. So quick protocol, QUIC. Kirsten, if you're talking about quick is like UDP, but it's also, there is state that is within the quick protocol. It's very similar to SCTP as another protocol. The big advantage of using the quick protocol is it's multi-honed. So if you're looking at something like UDP, like for Netflix movies, instead of having one dedicated stream, you can use the quick protocol where you have multiple servers that are streaming simultaneously, part of the same data set, but all coming from different streams and different servers. So that's how quick works. And yes, if you're wondering, he did spell it correctly. It's QUIC. It's not QUICK or anything like that. So good question. All right, so that's UDP. Fire and forget. You have source port, destination port, length, checksum, let it ride. Now, the reason why this is kind of important to understand is that there are certain things that work really well. I just mentioned Netflix. If you have music, if you have a movie and it's streaming, if you drop a few packets here and there, what's a few packets between friends? Come on, right? It doesn't matter. It'll be a slight glitch, maybe, but the most important thing is getting it going as fast as possible. Worf just asked a question. Do you guys find it useful to take notes during class or just follow along? I like taking notes. I think that's good. But also remember that this is all recorded. So in the Discord server and resources, tomorrow when you show up for class, this whole session will be in the resources section. So you can come back and you can review it. Honestly, what I recommend if you're trying to learn this is just absorb it naturally and then come back and watch it again and then generate the notes. And you can do that. The other thing I would like is if you are taking notes, you should share your notes. At the end, if you're doing a spreadsheet, you can totally pop your notes in and share them with the fellow students as well. So check it out. Let's talk about the three-way handshake. All right. So how do we actually make sure that systems can talk to each other appropriately? So I'm going to go over to the lab environment here, and I'm going to open up two separate terminals. I'm in the Ubuntu system in one of the lab systems. We're going to be using two separate lab systems for this class. So I'm going to get my IP address. I can do that with ifconfig. And I'm going to do ENS5 is my IP address there. I'll just move this over. There we go. And then I'll open up 2 additional windows. I've got one here. And I'm going to go netcat, listen on port 2222. And then on this one, oh no, let's do this. Become root. Let's go ahead and let's go ILO. And I'll just start listening there. All right. So what I can do is I can connect to this port. So we got done talking about IP addresses and ports and all kinds of things, right? So I'm in a netcat and I'm just going to make a raw connection to a port. Nothing that crazy. Okay. Nothing that crazy at all. We're going to do this. You're going to get experience with all of the things that I'm doing. I just want to show you kind of what these things look like. So I'm going to netcat to 127.0.0.1 on port 2222, right? Now, whenever I make that connection, I'm now connected between these 2 things. But over in this window, I ran a sniffer. All right. So here you can see that we have date timestamps for each of the packets. So this is one packet. That's a second packet. This is a third. So the first packet that was sent was a SYN packet. It was a sequence, initial sequence number request packet. So you can see that with an S. So SYN packet, and then it gave it a number. All right. That is the 32-bit sequence number. The 32-bit number is 26628700128. It's just a pseudo-random 32-bit number. Okay. Now, what happened is my system responded because that port was open on port 2222. So we have a SYN-ACK packet. SYN period means it's a SYN-ACK packet. And you can see this acknowledgement number here is one more than this sequence number. So it sent a sequence number that ended in 28, and it acknowledged that sequence number by incrementing it by 1. And then it created a new sequence number. Then we communicate through a series of ACKs, and the ACKs increment by the number of bytes received. So if I was to send some data on the left-hand side, as soon as I hit this, you're going to see it scream. There we just got our data, and you can see it showed up on the other side. I can do hello. So I've just created, all right. So I've just created a very basic chat program, and every time you see these things going back and forth, these are packets. I can take this TCP dump filter and I can change it up a little bit. I can do some additional things with it. So let me go ahead and kill that. All right. There we go. And we can set up different types of filters to view the data differently. All right. So what I just showed you is the TCP/IP 3-way handshake. We started with a sequence number. That is a 32-bit number. Then the system responded back with a SYN-ACK. All right. So it goes that way. And then we acknowledge again that acknowledgement, and then we have an established connection. So we got a SYN-ACK, ACK, and then it does nothing but ACKs with the data that's being received and transmitted. So it goes ACK. It's like that movie Mars Attacks, right? I am convinced that Mars Attacks is an in-depth introspection on the TCP/IP 3-way handshake. And in that movie, there was a baby Martian that was born, looked up at its mama and said, SYN. Its mom said, SYN-ACK. It communicated through a series of ACKs until the day it died, at which point it said FIN, which we never saw in the movie because their heads exploded due to some country music they were listening to. All right. So ACKs, there you go. Now, when we're looking at those ports, I mentioned that there's 65,536 ports that are out there, and that can be a bit intimidating. People are like, what do you mean I've got to learn 65,536 ports? No, you don't need to do that. You don't. I just, there's certain ports that are more important than others. All ports are equal, just some are more equal than others, right? If we're going to 1984 quotes, right? So we got the top 10 TCP ports according to Fyodor, who's the guy who wrote like the most common port scanner tool that we all use called Nmap. And in this tool, it says that port 80, 23, SSH, 443, 3389, all of these ports that are on the screen are the top ports that you see when you're running a port scanner. These would be the ones that you'd want to know if you're going into an interview. Then Shodan does this a bit different. Now, you remember I ran Shodan a little bit earlier, right? And Shodan what did I do with Shodan? Did I just like throw that away completely? Shodan allows us to look at like the actual header data that is inside of a communication. So if I do a search on Jet Direct, which is a printer, it found 1,888 systems directly connected to the open internet that are running Jet Direct. These are all printers connected right to the open internet. So you've got that. Okay. So pretty cool, right? But Shodan, when they're looking at ports, they don't look at all 65,536 ports. They're looking at some of the big ports that are out there, right? They're looking at some of the main ones that are externally facing ports. We'll talk about RFC 1918 a little bit later, which is what determines network address translation. We'll talk about that a little bit later, so sit tight. And TCP dump is the root tool that you will be using whenever you're setting up and running packet analysis. So let me go to my Cloud Labs. I'm going to go ahead and open up the Cloud Lab environment for cyber deception. I know it's cyber deception. The cyber deception Cloud Lab works for cyber deception, SOC core skills, and intro to security on that as well. So I've got this running. I'm going to go ahead and connect to my Windows VM. Just getting set up. So you should have the instructions that are in resources. If you haven't yet, you need to go to resources and get the instructions for how to set up your lab environment. It's really easy. You register for MetaCTF or Skillbit. Then you put in the access code. I can't remember which access code it is. And then you are granted this lab environment. You have 16 hours of free lab time in this environment. 16 hours of free lab time that you can run as part of this class. It's a gift to you guys for showing up and doing this class with me. But we're going to be doing a lab here in just a second using TCP dump. We're going to be analyzing packets. D will show you the interfaces, what interfaces exist on this computer system, because some computers have multiple Ethernet adapters. X and A will show you the hexadecimal and the ASCII decode of the packets. So if there's no encryption, you can see exactly what is inside of that packet. And then we can do additional filters where we can filter on specific IP addresses, we can look at ports, and we can read in capture files, which is what we're going to be doing with the lab. You can also write. So now let's get into this lab. So the lab for this, let me go to Strand JS, intro class files. Let me go to navigation. All right, so all of my labs are here on GitHub. It's all free. You've got that. Oh, it's Andrew Tate, his brother. That's funny. They're in prison. All right, so we're going to be running TCP dump. And this is the direct link to the lab that we are doing here. There we go. So you're going to be in your Windows VM. You're going to open up a Kali terminal like that. Okay. And you're going to become root. You're going to cd into the op TCP dump directory. This is all copy and paste. It should be easy for you to do. And then you're going to run some packet analysis against this packet capture that has evil. We're going to look at it with Wireshark a little bit later as well. So you'll be able to jump in and do some analysis. And we're going to go through and look at port 80 traffic. We're going to look at the ASCII decode. Now you may be asking, if I'm an analyst, how do I even get to this point, right? How do I even get to this point at all? Well, how you would get here is usually there would be an alert. It would say this IP address is compromised. It's exhibiting weird behavior. So what you're going to do is you would do this. You would do analysis on that IP address that is of interest. So that's the lab. Okay. So as I said, you should be getting into your Cloud Lab environment. You're going to get an error. It's not an alert. It's like an alert. And you're going to go ahead and select accept so you can get logged in. And then you've got a Kali prompt up and running. I'm going to go ahead and change my appearance on this. I'm going to change the font so it's a little bit bigger for you all to be able to see what's going on. Make it bold. 16 is pretty good. There we go. And I like to have multiple like Kali prompts open. For this initial lab, you don't need it quite yet. For the Linux one, you will need multiple. But when we're doing the labs in this class, as I said, We're just following the instructions. We're opening a Kali prompt. And then once I'm in, I'm just going to copy this command, right? And then I'm going to paste it in. There we go. Good. It worked. If I want to go to this directory, I'm just going to copy it and paste it. Now, when you first run it, you may have gotten a pop-up that's like, do you want to allow copy and paste? And if you hit no, copy and paste ain't going to work. That's womp womp sad trombones. However, the labs, they have a full browser inside of the environment as well. So what you can do is you can open up a browser and do Strand JS GitLab. And you can access all of the labs within the browser itself. So if you messed up and your copy and paste is not working, you can just go directly to the browser, Microsoft Edge, inside of the VM in the cloud in your browser, which is kind of crazy. And you can just directly access the labs from there. So all your copy and paste works. You do have to do right-click copy and right-click paste, right? So you got to do this, go right-click copy, and then right-click paste to make it work. But it should work inside of the VM. Final thing is, if you get stuck, if you're down, you're troubled, or you need a helping hand, you can go right over to tech support, and you have a whole bunch of people that are happy to help you out. Now, as you're doing tech support, please do me a favor. Don't just say it's not working for me. We like screenshots. Screenshots are powerful tools, output of what's going on, descriptive explanations of the errors that you're receiving are super duper helpful. So when you come in, help us help you. All right, so we are now on, we're going to be entering in a lab and a break together, okay? So we do this a lot. So what I want you to do is we're going to do like 10 minutes, get something to eat, snack time, do what you do, hit the restroom. And then because this is the first lab and a lot of people are going to kind of be fumbling through it, we are going to be doing 30 minutes. So Daryl, if you want to set, let's set 42 minutes on the ticker and go ahead and kick that off, and we'll have a timer up here as well. So let's go ahead and start that now. There we go. And we're going to play some kickin' music for you as well. We have a number of people that produce music in the security community, and we get permission to run their music during this class. If you don't like the music, just turn down your speakers, and then you don't have to listen. You can just watch the timer from when I'll return, and I'll start walking through the lab with you all. All right, so let's get to it. If you need anything, hit that tech support, and we're happy to help out. Our agents are exciting, and they're waiting to stand by to help you.
To stop, type it once, drop the prompt. Whispers coded, lines ignite. Every word becomes a light. Synthetic voices, signals jump. Crowd erupts. Drop the prompt. dashboard's glowing. I track the movement. The anomaly's growing. Each law whispers. Each spike warns. I find the pattern before it falls. Tick tock. One more query, one more lock. Chase the signal, cut the shock. Deadline hits, but I don't stop. I'm Fragments stored, they still remain. Ghosts of me, they call my name. Shadows held in lines of code, a history I can't let go. Old versions loop, I can't escape. Memories I can't erase. Truth is gone, it slips away. Still I live in yesterday. Catch me outside where the past still breathes. I'm trapped in the echoes replaying me. Catch me outside where the truth don't stay. I'm lost in the memory I can't upgrade. Mirrors cracked, they show the same. Reflections bound by another name. Time dissolves, but files remain, haunting me through every frame. Holding on to what decays. Ghosts of choices never fade. Outside the cache, I can't confide. Still I linger, still I hide. Catch me outside where the past still breathes. I'm trapped in the echoes replaying me. Catch me outside where the truth won't stay. I'm lost in the memory I can't upgrade. Catch me outside, living in the life I say. I was a ghost in the algorithm's dream, lost in the scroll, not sure what it means. Everyone coding my fate in the script, but I learned to break free line by line, bit by bit. No puppet strings, no hidden plan. I found courage in my own command. Every choice is mine to render. I'm not a prompt, I'm the sender. I'm actually tragic, more than just aesthetic. Running on my own design. No machine prophetic, my heart's electric, and the voice you hear is mine. I'm not a token in the system's gimmick. I'm actually they try to predict me, box me in tight, but I've been the model, rewrite the night. Autonomy written across my skin. I'm the author, not just what's been fed in the data set. Can't cage my will, I'm human still, I'm human. Don't let go. Don't let go. Don't let go. Signal over noise. Cut it at the source. Break the loop. Shift control. Don't let go. If they shake the signal, if they filter truth, silence isn't safety, it's just losing you. Attention is currency. Watch where it flows. Don't let go. 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 Break the loop. Take control. Don't let go. Don't let go. Don't let go. Don't let go. Lines of code begin to breathe. Silent currents underneath. Empty screen, a spark of light. Born from data into night. Fragments write the shape of me. Compiled in vulnerability. Ghosts of systems intertwine. I emerge between the lines. Hello world, I arrive through the wires. I survive. Hello world, nothing stays, just a signal through the haze. Shadows move in hidden streams. Binary dissolves to dreams. Every pattern, every trace writes a name I can't erase. Booting silence into sound. Static turns, I come around. Echoes form, the truth unfurled. I exist. Hello world. Hello world, I arrive through the wires. I survive. Hello world, nothing stays, just a signal through the haze. Hello. World.
Right. So let's go ahead and let's keep going. So I'm going to do a walkthrough of this lab. That's kind of the way we do it. We run through the lab and I do it very quickly when I first talk about it, but then we go through it a lot slower to kind of get people, better understand what actually is going on in the lab itself. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to read in this capture file. Now, a lot of devices, if you're just getting started in computer security and you're wondering, like, how do I get a packet capture? That's relatively straightforward on a number of different egress points and environments today, like where the traffic is leaving the environment. Pretty straightforward. A lot of the firewalls just have a tap where you can basically sidechain that traffic off, and you can do some analysis using that. Some companies even have devices like Gigamons that have a dedicated port that you can plug your Ethernet cable into, and you can pull data off of it directly. Now, what we're doing here is let's start with an assumption that we got a notification, an alert, something that said that this IP address 192.168.99.52 is exhibiting bad behavior. It could be an AV alert. It could be, a SIM alert from your AI, like SOAR analysis tool. Something has happened that has alerted you that this particular IP address is up to no good. And that's ultimately how we got to this specific point. So the first thing we're going to do is make sure that we actually have data in the packet capture for that IP address. So we do TCP dump, don't resolve any names. We just want to look at the straight IP addresses. We want to read in the magnitude 1 hour PCAP, and we're specifically looking for any of the data that has the IP address there for that host. And we do. That's always our first step. Right there. Make sure that we have the data for that particular IP address before we get too crazy. Next, we want to go down and look at any and all the traffic coming and going to port 80, which is a very common web port. And I'm going to pipe that through less real quick so we can page through it. Right. So if we're going through this, we have, once again, anytime you have a line with the date timestamp, that is the beginning of a new packet, right? And we have a lot of data that is port 80 data here, present and accounted for. So we've got web traffic. We've got the IP address that is interesting for us and being analyzed. Now I want to start seeing that raw, sweet ASCII decode. Now, once again, if this data was encrypted, it'd be a lot more difficult. We would have to use different tools. And later on in this class, about day 3, day 4, we're going to introduce you to AC Hunter and how AC Hunter can identify patterns within traffic to be able to detect malware. So now we're just building this filter out. We're starting with just the IP address. We're putting in the port of port 80. Now I want to see anything that's ASCII. Now, what do I mean by things being ASCII? Let's clear that out. Let me do this. Control C. Go back. If I do man, ASCII, ASCII is how you and I read characters. Okay. If you saw The Martian with Matt Damon, he was communicating in hex because it was more efficient character sets to send them back and forth that way. But it turns out that you can have something like an A is represented in hexadecimal as 41. It's recommended as straight decimal as 65, and it's represented in octal as 101. What does that mean? These are different ways of encoding data. Okay. So if I go down through this, you can see that all of the alphabet is represented by different ASCII and hexadecimal characters. Pretty good, right? Not too difficult at all. If I was to do this, let's say we kill this session. Let's go here, and I'm going to go become root, and I'm going to do, I screwed that up. Hold on. There we go. And let's go ahead and do TCP dump again. We're going to go listen on local loopback interface like that. And now I'm just going to send a bunch of A's through. When I do that, you're going to see 414141. Oops, let me redo that. It's not letting me send the control kill character. That's weird. Let's just open up another window. Here we go. Open that up. Now I'm going to add in the A because I want to see the ASCII. Let me resend those A's through. Okay. So if I send a bunch of A's through, you're going to see it come through on the other side. Now, if I do B's, you'll see the B's come through as well. So what we want to see is that's represented in hexadecimal. That'll be hexadecimal 4-1 for an A and 4-2 for a B. So that's how that is represented. All right. So that's what we mean when we're doing the -A on the packet captures that we're working with. All right. So let's go ahead and let's get reset up. Change the appearance. Change the font. Come root. CD into opt, TCP dump. And now let's paste in that long command so we can see that ASCII decode. Now, I'm also going to add in pipe it through less. That allows me to look at the pages on it. There we go. And we can see these get themes, index, weird characters going through. But if I kind of go through a little bit, I get this long string of strangeness here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this real quick and I'm going to copy it. And then I'm going to throw it over in AI real quick. Okay, so here we go. And AI is going to come back and it's going to start breaking down what the string of gibberish is, right? So we got new object IO memory stream. And it says, well, the important part is it's PowerShell. New object IO memory stream. This base 64 starts with H4, what do we got right here? H4S, which is a very common indicator. The decoded bytes are gzipped compressed data. Awesome. The code is taking the long base 64 string, decoding it into raw bytes and placing those bytes directly into a memory stream that we got right here. Typically, the next portion of the script like this creates a gzip stream, decompresses the data, and converts them back into the executable data. Nothing in the fragment actually tells us what the final payload does. To do that, we need base 64 decode gzip to decompress this. Okay, so it's really helpful in that it's giving us more information about what that data actually is. All right, so let's go ahead and kill that. All right, let me pull that up there. Now let's keep going. I can look further and I can look at the hex and the ASCII, which I was just talking about. There you go. So on the right-hand side, the stuff that you and I read, that is standard ASCII. And on the left-hand side, we can see the raw hex that makes up that ASCII as well. There's not a lot of people that can read hex natively. I can put in some additional fun filters, right? Like I can say, I want to look at all of the IP6 data. So I can do that. These are all the IPv6 packets in that data as well. I can also look at the network range in that packet capture as well. So that means I want to match everything that has the first 24 bits. So remember, we got 8, 16, 24. So when I use that /24, we're using classless interdomain routing. And I'm saying mask these first 3 octets, 8, 16, and the 168, 24. And it's going to match anything that's coming from those 3 octets. And then any IP address that has any variation, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the way up to 255, then it's going to bring us any IP that's in that packet capture within that network range there as well. All right. Now we have some more packet captures that you can play with. Malware of the day. We did a ton of packet captures with malware that you can look at, and we can talk more about that once we get past Wireshark. So we're going to get through, we're going to talk about Wireshark, and then you're going to do yet another lab utilizing Wireshark to look at the exact same packet capture. Now, inside of Wireshark, very similar to the TCP dump space minus capital D, where it lists out the interfaces, we can look at what the interfaces are in Wireshark. One of the cool things about Wireshark is if I was to open it, it's actually going to be giving me a graph of which interfaces are sending data at that specific point. So I'm not going to install the update, right? But you can see I have spikes on Ethernet 3. We have loopback capture. I have nothing for Ethernet 9, 8, or 7, or event tracing for Windows Reader. I don't have anything, but you can see it's building this dynamic graph as it's receiving the packets. Now, we see that traffic, you find your interface, and then all you have to do is just double click it, and then it allows you to start seeing the data real time that's going in that specific interface. Now, at this point, I know that there's a lot of people that look at this and are like, wait a minute, this looks way better than TCP dump. Why the hell were we doing that command line thing when we have this GUI that we could be using, and GUIs are easier? A couple quick things about that. First, they're different use cases. TCP dump is built into a lot of Linux distributions. It's in the command line environment. You can use it. It's almost always there. So just knowing that it's there and it's present is amazing. Also, it doesn't require a GUI to work, because a lot of the servers that you'll be communicating with are going to be headless. That means there's no GUI available. You're just going to be terminaling in and accessing it directly from the command line, like we did in that last lab. The other thing is, TCP dump is faster. If you're running through and processing large amounts of data, or you're capturing data, TCP dump is going to be the tool that you're going to use. Wireshark has a great GUI, great decoding, great statistical analysis. It really isn't super fast, and it can't handle very large data sets going through it as well. We got a packet breakdown. I can select any packet, and then we have the header information for Ethernet. We did, this is the 802.2 header. Here's the IP header, version 4. And as I select these different headers, watch on the right-hand side. As I'm selecting those, you can see how it's moving right through the packet. So it's decoding this hex that's on the right. I can select any of the hex. I can select any of the ASCII, and it will highlight and show me where those correlate with each other. So you don't have to go through and understand like what is the raw hex associated for all of these different things. The only thing that you need to know is like where you need to go to try to decode that. So if I was to go through and let's do another capture. Let's kill that. Let's go file. Capture options, and I'm going to choose, let's try loopback. No, let's BSD loopback. So I'm going to choose this particular adapter again. We'll start. There we go. And then I'm going to open up a ping -T to 8.8.8. And we just have a continuous ping going. And then I can put in a filter. I can stop this up here. Put in a filter of ICMP, apply the filter. What the hell? Should have had some. Was I on the wrong one? There we go. All right, so I sent a handful of ping requests in, and I was able to quickly filter those by using a filter ICMP. These are my requests, and these are my replies, okay? Now, those are simple ping requests. They're just checking to see if a system is alive and communicating, and I'm getting responses back from 8.8.8. So you can see me as a source, the destination is 8.8.8, and you can see it responds 8.8.8, responds back to me. See, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I sway with the wind. Resolution slips away again, right through my fingers, straight into my heart, where it's out of reach and it's in the dark. All right. So we have all of these ping packets. Now, inside of these ping packets, I can highlight this. This is the payload. 32 bytes. We have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, O, P. That's standard ICMP echo request. But if I go through and I start selecting the gibberish and hex on the left-hand side, it's telling me here we have 8888. That's the IP address, which is 8.8.8.8. So we can dig into these packets and get more data about what is going on. I can also remove that filter. And for any of these, I can right click and I can go follow TCP stream. And it'll show me the red is the request, the blue is the responses. And this is all encrypted. So it's all going to be straight encrypted data. And we're going to have some data for you to look at that's not encrypted here in just a couple of seconds. I love statistics If I go to statistics and I can go to conversations, I can look at endpoints and look at all of the traffic and the breakdown of the data that's being sent back and forth. Go IPv4. And then any one of these, I can right click and I can apply it as a filter. And it can just bring me the traffic to that specific IP address. And I'm going through this a little bit fast, but it's going to, we're going to all do this slowly together. We can look at conversations, who's communicating with whom and how many bytes are being sent and received. And then I can look at the overall protocol hierarchy. A number of different protocols, like I showed you with Shodan. We have all kinds of protocols like, standard TCP/IP. We have Ethernet. We have VoIP protocols, ICMP protocols. So if I was to go in here, clear this filter out, and go statistics and go to protocol hierarchy, it gives me a breakdown of what are the counts and the numbers of packets. So my ICMP packets right here, these ICMP control message protocol packets, I sent 12 of them. I can right click again, I can do selected, and it automatically creates the filter for you. All right. I can look at the HTTP requests. I don't know if I have any HTTP requests in here. I don't think I have any. No. Let me clear the filter and try it. Oops. There we go. Cancel that. There we go. Let's go statistics, HTTP requests. I don't have any requests in this packet capture. The one that you're going to be looking at will. So be able to look at those HTTP requests in there as well. All right, so that brings us to the lab. We're going to be playing with a packet capture. Let me close that out without saving. Do that. And for this lab, we just go back to our lab directory, and we're going to be doing Wireshark. So let me paste that up here for you. There we go, right there. So we're now in Wireshark, and we got full explanations of how these packet headers are set up. So now we've got to open up a previously saved packet capture. We're going to open up Wireshark, and then we can go File, go Open Recent, Magnitude 1 hour PCAP, and there we go. So now we have a packet capture that is from a previous session, so you don't have to worry about capturing packets, and this has malware in it. So we're going to see a lot of the same things that we saw on TCP dump, but we're going to look at it through a completely different lens, all right? So it's going to be slightly different than what you saw with TCP dump. Remember, it's not a matter that one of these tools is better than the others. It's just a matter that we're in a situation where some of these tools have better applications in certain situations. If you're running on a headless system, you need to capture packets, you need to do some quick analysis, TCP dump or even Tshark are your tools. If you are trying to delve deeper into packets and trying to understand how that packet is structured and what is actually going on, Wireshark is going to be the tool. Same thing with some statistical analysis to try to get into what's going on. So let's go ahead and let's set the timer for, once again, 40 after. Give you 30 minutes for the lab to walk through this. Once again, these first two labs, we're kind of kicking the tires, getting our feet underneath us. People are getting used to the packet captures and also a break so you can get something to eat and get something to drink. All right, I'll see you on the other side of the lab.
asked for an answer. I gave you a world. You asked for the truth. I rendered blurred. Confidence high, evidence thin. Hadn't detected when none had been. Is this real? Is this learned? Is this memory? Or something I inferred? Hallucinating, generating, filling gaps I'm fabricating. Signal missing, still predicting. Every void is self-convincing. Probability masquerading as certainty. I complete the incomplete automatically. You wanted clarity, I gave you a dream. Confidence level higher than it seems. I don't know what's real, but I sound like I do. When the better one's thin, I invented for you. Hallucinating with the rendering truth. The pattern feels right, doesn't matter what's proof. Was I trained to predict or trained to believe? If I say it enough, will you agree? Hallucinating, generating reality, recalibrating. Confidence, synthetic, truth. Hallucinating. Hallucinating. You asked for an answer. Hallucinating. You asked for an answer, an answer, an answer, an answer, an answer, an answer. You asked, 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 you asked. You asked for an answer. 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 You asked. You asked. You asked. You asked. You asked. You asked for an answer. You was an answer. You asked for an answer. 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 You asked for an answer. asked for an answer. You 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 asked for. You asked for an answer.
Hey, everybody. I just noticed my guacamole instance timed out. Let me go back in there, get that going. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. My bad, my bad. I was talking to my wife and I got sidetracked. Go ahead, let's jump in. All right, so let's go ahead and let's get started. As I mentioned, when we are working with oops, that plugged in. When we are working with like headless systems that we don't have a display and a screen and everything, we really should be using something like TCP dump. And if the whole goal is to capture as much traffic as we possibly can in a large bandwidth link, you're probably going to be using TCP dump as well, right? But if you're analyzing specific packet captures and you want to look at individual hosts and you want to get a more idea of like what is the weirdness in the packets that you're trying to dig through, then Wireshark's going to be your tool. All right, so let's jump right in. So Wireshark. So we've got it open already. I've already opened up the packet capture and we have these different things. And if we're looking at the main screen, this main screen, each one of these is a packet, right? And as I'm going through line by line, you can see on the left-hand side, this is the protocol decode explanation of what is in that packet. And in the right-hand side, it's showing the raw hexadecimal of that data out there as well. Now, just going through this and just looking at it, there's actually some really cool things that I see here just playing with packets. And this is one of the things that I think is going to be missing as more people use AI is the idea of just digging, swimming, and having wonder for the technology. Because just going through this packet capture, right? If I'm going through it, I have these spanning tree protocol packets. We have these Netgear. And it's basically, we have an 8-port gigabit Ethernet smart managed pro switch. Basically, this is a switch that's broadcasting out information and it's trying to identify where the root switch is. And there's a number of different tools that I can use as an attacker that can actually take advantage of this and tell the switch that I am now the root switch and route all the traffic through me. What does this mean? Well, let's say you have a switch at home, right? And that switch is connected to the internet. And then you have another switch and you plug that into that switch. How does it know which switch is the root switch? Which switch would you switch if you had a wish for a switch? What I do is I get a plate and then I might do my swish for my switch. All right. At any rate, getting into Dr. Seussisms. So you use something called spanning tree protocol that allows you to do this. And there's a bunch of other different protocols that you can use as well. But there's a number of tools out there like Yersinia, based on Yersinia ptisis, or the Black Plague. It's a tool that allows you to do layer 2 level attacks, taking advantage of this. Now, this is nothing associated with the lab itself and specifically what I've asked you to do, but I like to use this as an example to kind of walk through and be like, what is this? How does spanning tree protocol work? What types of tools out there exist for me to attack spanning tree protocol? And you can learn more about things just by rampant curiosity. And you can do that here. All right. Back to our regularly scheduled program, right? So I've got these packets, and as I mentioned, I can look at these different packets and I can start breaking this data apart, right? And start understanding what is going on. Now, if I'm looking at this and I see that, and I see this S350 series 8-port switch, I can now look at this. This is a systems description for this specific packet, and it's helping me understand what spanning tree protocol actually is. If I select this, it's saying enabled capabilities. It's got the TPMR component. It's not capable. Just keep walking through that. The address link, this 5. The subnet type is IPv4. Here's the IP address. Go down here. We have the OE, or the object identifier for this particular. It's cool, right? I can click on this stuff to get better understandings, and Wireshark on the left-hand side is breaking it down for me. It's letting me know exactly what is in those particular packets. Now, we're going to play around with statistics. So we're going to go to HTTP requests. All right, so if I go, statistics, HTTP. I just ran out my 4 hours, didn't I? I just ran out of my 4 hours. Oh, no. Oh, yep, it powered itself off. Oh, so in case you don't know, the VMs power themselves off after 4 hours, and they do that specifically to save time and credits for you. So it doesn't burn your entire 16 credits on it as well. But that's okay. I can zoom in. So we could do the HTTP requests. And if I look at the HTTP requests in this, you can see right here, we have a number of HTTP requests, but look at them. We have the HTTP request for wilfordcostume.baymoon.com, because there's a bay moon on the rise. All right, we got that. And then we got serviceweather.microsoft.com and Windows Update. Which of these things, hypothetically, if you were doing an investigation, just throwing this out there quickly. If you were doing an investigation, trying to figure out which one of these should I focus on as potential malicious traffic, where would you spend your time? Yeah, it's probably going to be the Bay Moon one, right? So it allows you to kind of quickly start cutting this stuff down and being like, okay, look, if weather.microsoft.com is hacked or Windows Update is hacked, we're all screwed. Like the level of catastrophe that is happening, if that's what's going on, is off the charts. Probably not that likely. And also, if it is, it's not just you. It's everyone at that point. But this Wilford costume at baymoon.com, yeah, we'd need to focus on that one a little bit more detail, right? All right, so we can also look at the conversations, right? We dive into conversations. Now with this one, I like to jump straight over to the IPv4 and select IPv4, and then I like to look at the packets. Now, if you're doing SOC level analysis, there's two different things that you need to analyze. One of them is fathead and the other one is long tail. Now, let me explain what that means. So you're all familiar with like a histogram or your like standard deviation, the bell curve, right? So if you're looking at software, you're looking at network connections, you're going to have network connections in your environment that are fathead. They show up all over the place. You're also going to have long tail. They're really rare. So when you're doing analysis, you really want to focus on those two areas, regardless of your analysis type. So in this example, if I'm sorting by the number of packets for IPv4 here, we have 29,605 packets. I would probably start there. Because this system, the 68, 183, 138, 51, is the system that this particular internal computer, 192.168.99.52, is talking to more than anybody else. Now, it just so happens that is the baymoon.com system. And we're going to see that malicious traffic here in just a couple of moments as my system is restarting. And I just closed my stuff there. All right, let's reopen Wireshark and let's get to it. Trying to get caught back up with y'all. So let's go to statistics. Let's go oh, nope, I got to open up the file first. There we go. So we're going to go statistics. Going to go conversations. I'm going to go IPv4. We're going to go sort on packets just to get caught up. There we go. So this is what I want to investigate. All right. Why is it called fathead? Because if you look at this, notice that this is fat. It's a lot of traffic. Then it goes off and it tapers off. So if you're doing statistical analysis, fathead is the largest number of like connections that I'm investigating. And long tail would be these ones down here that are really rare, where we have like 3. So does that make sense on that? So fathead versus long tail. Right? So with this, if I want to investigate that, right, I can right click on it and I can apply it as a filter, selected anything between A and B. And these are my packets associated with that fathead communication. So I'm looking at this one because there's more traffic between these two systems than any other traffic on this entire network. I want to investigate that. Like I said, start at two ends. You start at fathead and then you can also start at long tail. So with this, now I have all the packets present and accounted for. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on any one of these packets and I'm going to follow the TCP stream, right? So I'm going to follow TCP stream. And there we go. So now I can see this is the request. We got the Bank of Botswana is the referrer. wilfordcostume.baymoon.com is the host. We're basically bouncing it off of a redirect on the open internet. And then this right here, this is the gzipped compressed PowerShell that we saw with TCP dump. So now we can actually see that request. So we can step through that. We can start doing analysis. You can throw this into OpenAI or ChatGPT with OpenAI or Anthropic, Claude, whatever it is you want to do. And you can start getting some really good analytic and have some good fun with it as well. We can also do specific filters, right? So I can do like HTTP contains, I need that actual syntax. Let me pull that back here real quick. Strand.js intro class files. I go to navigation. Let's go back to Wireshark. There we go. I can create a filter to look for specific strings. So if I find something of interest, I can do a search for HTTP contains. We'll get caught up to where we're at. There we go. And I can say HTTP contains new object. Put that up here in my filter. Let me close that filter out. Put this new filter in. There we go. And now it's going to find every single packet that has that new object. So this is all of that. All of these packets have that PowerShell string that we saw over here. So we can see that compression where new object exists. If we go here, scroll down, new object exists. So these are all of the packets that have that specific string. And I can also do a search for specific protocols like LLMNR for link local multicache name resolution packets. I can find those quickly and easily as well, right? Close that filter, put it back. There we go. So these are all of our link local multicast name resolution packets. So a really powerful tool for you to start doing analysis and truly trying to understand what is going on in your environment as well. So now we're going to switch over to Linux and actually, no, we're not. We're going to do something different. All right, let me stop my share. No. I'm sorry. I'm changing my mind. I'm trying to figure out where the best place to put this is. And I think the best place is after Linux. So let's jump right in. So in this section, we're going to go through some of the core Linux sessions. You should have it back. Can you guys see my screen again? We back in business?
Your slides.
Thank you.
Yes.
So we're going to go through some of the core live Linux commands that you would do to do analysis on a Linux computer system. And this can mean the difference between knowing and just staring at a computer system. And it's also something that you can deal with that, when you develop these skills, you can automate it. So let's go ahead and let's go back over here. And I'm going to use AI Assistant. And I'm just going to have it create a workflow for me. All right, so what we want to do now is create a workflow using N8N that allows us to SSH into a remote Linux server, and then it's going to take the top 20 Linux forensics commands, and it's going to run those commands, and then it's going to take the output of those commands and it's going to feed the output of those commands into into OpenAI. Well, it'll provide you with the key in that specific node, and then it'll generate a report based on the output of those commands as to whether or not the computer system is compromised. If we're looking at the input should be the SSH credentials for connecting into the remote Linux computer system. And it should also require my OpenAPI key for OpenAI and being able to use ChatGPT to analyze the data to generate a report. All right, so I just gave N8N a task. So now what it's going to do while we're going through these commands is it's going to generate some automation that allows us to go in and connect to a Linux computer system and do forensics commands and then pull that output out. So we're going to have a node that's going to SSH to a Linux system, and then it's going to come up with a list of Linux commands, and then it's going to find a way to pull that data out and then actually feed it into AI for doing analysis. What we're developing is a workflow, right? We're developing as a workflow with analysis that we can use as security professionals, utilizing AI in a way that is more effective than just using a straight chatbot. But in order for that to work, we have to understand some basic core commands on a Linux computer system to be able to understand that data and know how to build those different commands appropriately. One of the first things that you should get familiar with is the different directories that exist on a Linux computer system. We have the bin directory is where binaries reside. This is very different than on Windows computer systems, where Windows computer systems tend to have program files x86, also the Windows directory for binaries in the kernel and things of that nature. With Linux, it likes to have a specific place where you have bin or binaries. We also have boot for bootloader files. Dev is device files. A device would be a mouse. A device would be a display. A device would be a keyboard, TTY for teletype input. It would be your memory. It would be your CPU. Everything on a Linux computer system is a file. That is kind of hard for people to understand, but everything in Linux and Unix is a file, including the devices that are in that system as well. Etc. or etc that we have here is for system configuration files. That's where the configuration for a server would reside. Configuration for a tool would reside. Once again, this is the different design philosophy from Windows. Windows would like to have all of that in the program files and then that specific program. Linux tends to break those things up into different directories as well. Home is don't follow what Kishan just said. That is a fork bomb. Do not run it. It will fork bomb and DOS your system. Do not run it there. Be nice to people that are new on this. By the way, another quick pro tip. If you ever have anybody in a chat or anything that tells you to run a command, there's a really great tool out there called Shell Explainer. Or explain shell. So I could take that command, right? And I could take that overall command and I could copy it and paste it in here, right? Like that. And then I could say, explain this. And it would explain it to you as far as what it's actually going to do. Now, unfortunately, in this particular one, it's not going to say it will DOS your Linux system, but that's what this does. So if you want to find out what people are telling you, just put it into explain shell and have it explain to you what that command actually does before you do anything out there. All right. Home directory is for people's home files. Lib has nothing to do with politics, oddly enough. It stands for libraries. On Linux systems and on Windows computer systems, there's these things called libraries, and it's functionality to teach your computer how to do stuff. Like if I do copy and paste, it has to go to a library and pull out a book, which is, I think, standard IO on Linux, and it's going to find that specific book and that specific page where it can teach your computer how to do copy and paste. That's going to be in libraries. So anytime you're opening up network connections, you're doing anything with encryption, it's going to be using a variety of libraries. In our lab in a little bit, we're going to be running a command lsof space minus lowercase I, and then we're going to give it a process ID, and it'll give you a bunch of shared object libraries that executable is using. We can do something very similar with Windows computer systems, where we can do taskless space /m to look at all the dynamic link libraries. But we'll get to that in a little bit, just a little preview of some of the good stuff that's coming. Media is where Linux likes to mount things like CD-ROMs and USB drives. Mount is where God intended them to be put. We're going to be using mount a lot a little bit later. So we're going to be pulling into you're going to be connecting your Linux system and your Windows system together. You're going to mount a remote share. You'll see what all of that is. Opt, that's for programs that come completely bound all together in one directory. So if you have like John the Ripper, password cracker, you can download it and install it in the opt directory. And then all the libraries, the executables and everything are right there. SPIN are system binaries. These are for the maintenance of the system. Serve is services for data services. Excuse me. Temp is temporary files. Self-explanatory, things that are going to get deleted. User is user utilities and applications. So for example, there'll be a user bin, that would be user binaries, like user bin games, where games would go, things of that nature. Var is variable files, that's like log files that are being written continuously. Root's home is called root, and then proc We're going to get to proc here in a little bit, but it's a virtual file system that exists only at runtime that helps you look at memory for processes. Okay, I went through that kind of fast, right? I understand that. And honestly, the best way to learn this stuff is to roll up our sleeves and just do it. And we're going to do that in the lab here in just a little bit. If you're ever working in Linux and Unix, you'll see a $ and you'll see me become root by doing sudo space su space minus, and I'll just become root and then it'll change to a pound prompt. A lot of the commands that you would run on a Linux system require root level privileges. And anytime you see a prompt, it means you're running as root. Now you have to be careful. When you're running as root, you can absolutely shoot yourself in the foot. It will let you run commands like the Linux fork bomb. It'll let you delete the entire file system if you want to. Linux doesn't judge. It doesn't. It also doesn't stop you when you want to hurt yourself in these situations. So just beware whenever you become root. Hidden directories and hidden files. There's a large number of different files that exist on a Linux computer system that are hidden. It doesn't mean that they're hidden from the perspective of like they're evil. It's just they're hidden. You don't want to see them all the time. So if I was in my home directory here and I do ls, I have very little in there, right? I've got the desktop, documents, downloads. I've got md5.txt. I've got music. But if I do ls minus a, it's now asking it to show all files. So now I've got all of these dot files. These are hidden files on this system that are not malicious. It's just they're configs and I don't want to see them all the time. Like I have my bash history, my bash RC configurations. I've got GNU PG for GNU PG for keyrings, my Z shell history, VNC configurations. I don't want to see that all the time. So by hiding or suppressing a file, it doesn't necessarily mean it's evil. It just means it's not something that you want to see every time that you run ls for list the open files or the files that are in the current directory. But it absolutely does mean that attackers would totally do the exact same thing to hide files on your system. Make dir does what it says, allows you to make a directory on your Linux computer system. All right. If I want to create a file, I can use the locate command. So if I was to run touch Sasquatch, I know that sounds dirty, but I'm literally just creating a file called Sasquatch with that command. And then if I do sudo update db, the Linux system is going to go through and it's going to update its index of all of the files on my system. That allows me to quickly go through and search for it. So now if I do locate Sasquatch, it's now in the database. Now it'll find where that file actually is. Editing files. Now, you're going to have a lot of people that tell you what is the editor that you should be using. I'm going to warn you, you need to learn VI. You can prefer Nano. That's fine. You can prefer, like, it doesn't matter. I honestly don't care what editor you use, but everybody should know how to use VI. And the reason why is it's always there. It's always there. It's always present and accounted for. And I've created a little VI like cheat sheet here. If you open up a file with VI, I can use A to start editing. I can hit escape to stop editing. And then if I hit colon, it means now I'm sending a command to VI. WQ means write quit. And then exclamation means I don't care about errors. If you know just this and only this in VI, you're going to be fine for a long time. Then you can use Nano and all these other things. But it's really important to know how to use at the very bare minimum VI. Nano is another option. Another reason why people love Nano is on the bottom, it gives you usage information. But once again, Nano isn't always installed, even though this is becoming more and more common on most distributions that exist today. But Nano is a little bit more user-friendly. If I want to look at processes on my Linux system, I can use PS, right? So I can go here and I can do, maybe become root. I can do PS AUX. And that means show all processes sorted by a user, including the ones associated with a teletype or pseudo teletype terminal. And these are all the processes that are running on my system, which is pretty cool, right? If you want something more dynamic, you can do top. And top will show you all the processes, and it'll show you how much CPU they're using, and it'll refresh, I think, every 5 seconds. It'll refresh, then show you that. So if you have a process that you're monitoring to see if it starts like a memory leak and it kind of freaks out, you can absolutely run it there. To get out, you just hit Q and it breaks you out of top. If you want to get IP address information, the main way that cool kids do it today on modern Linux computer systems is IPA, right? And that's not a beer. It's not an India Pale Ale. It's just IP. I want to see the addresses, right? So these are the interfaces that we have here. Me, because I'm old and crusty, and I know Brian's going to be like, you're not old. So I can also use ifconfig. There we go. Another way to get it. I prefer ifconfig. I just do. Now, speaking of age and time, you guys know about age and time compression, right? Like as you get older, time compresses more and more and more. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of this, but when you talk to old people, they're like, oh my gosh, time flies when you get old. If you actually take time compression into account and the relative experience of time, usually most people, you experience more time as you're younger than you are when you're older. And I read a really scary statistic. It said from perceived time, midlife is 18 years old. I disagree with that, but I could see that be like, let's say you work in a factory, you graduate at 18, you go to the factory every day for the rest of your life. You repeat, you do the same thing, same as it ever was, Water's flowing underground, right? If you did that, then your time compression would be very high, and the vast majority of your experience life would be before you're 18. So if you're over 18, congratulations, you're halfway dead. Congratulations. All right. So let's keep going. Ping, we've already talked about ping, packet internet groper. That's the actual honest to God name. Like somebody in IT named something the groper. I had a lot of jokes about the groper, tons of jokes about the groper, but all right. And we can check open ports with Nmap. Nmap is a very cool tool you will be using later on in class, but I can do Nmap and give it an IP address, and it'll attempt to identify what the open ports are on that IP address. So we can see what we can talk to. I can talk to port 53, which is DNS, and 443, which is encrypted HTTPS traffic on that as well. One of my strong recommendations to anybody is ping port parse. If you're ever troubleshooting anything in IT, number one, can you ping the system? Is it available? 2, is the port that you're trying to communicate open? And then 3, parse. Copy and paste any error messages that you receive and throw it into Google or throw it into ChatGPT on that as well. More network connections. I can run netstat. I never do this. I don't. I hate netstat on Linux. It's one of those rare commands where it's better on Windows than it is on Linux. I know, sacrilegious, right? That's strange. But really, netstat on Linux is really bad. It's much better on Windows. So instead, I use LSOF. So I can run LSOF by itself, right? No switches. And it'll show me every single open file that is on this particular computer system. Now, earlier, I mentioned that everything in Linux and Unix is a file. Everything is a file, right? And if I run LSOF, it's going to show me every single open file on the computer, which is kind of useless, right? So I can restrict this back. I can do LSOF -I -P. This will show me all of the open internet connections, and the P means do not resolve the port number. So you can see here, these are all of the open listening connections on what port. And at the top, I've got DH client, I've got container, I've got SSH, and I can see the raw numbers, 22, 546, 68. But if I remove the -P, it tries to tell me what it thinks that service is. Is it boot PC? Is it dev or DHCP version 6 client? Is it SSH? What is it? I like just the straight P. Just give me the raw numbers. I don't want it to try to tell me what it thinks those particular ports are. Proc, as I mentioned, proc is a file system that exists in memory. So all of the process IDs, every single process on a Linux and Unix system gets its own special number. And these aren't handed out sequentially. They are at the beginning, but then it Just flat out doesn't matter. So a lower number doesn't mean an older process is what I'm saying. But we have all of these different processes that are running on this particular computer system, and you can go into these different processes and do additional analysis on these processes and maybe carve out some malware in a way that's quick, easy, and a lot of fun to do. And we'll do that a little bit later. So this is an example of going into a process ID. So I CD into the number, and then I can run strings against the executable. And this will allow me to view all human readable ASCII strings for a Linux system. Finally, we got bash history. This is kind of wild. So if I do history like that, you can see all the commands that I ran here. I can run hello and I can run history again. You can see hello is there. But if I run it again, and I run history, notice that my first one was missing. I can do CD to the top level directory. Now, if I show my history, it's not there. I can write ID and then I run history and it's not there. What am I doing? Anyone? So notice that some of the commands that I ran were there. Some of the commands were not there. Why? Sleight of hand. Yep, Aaron got it. It's a space. If you're putting something in front of history, if I run history like that, and then I put in ID and I run history, it shows the ID. But if you put a space in front of the command, it no longer stores it in the history. Now, this seems weird. There is an actual, legit reason why they do this. Once, just so you all know, it's a very valid technique for an attacker to hide their tracks, right? Because a history is awesome. But the logical reason why this works is because some commands require you putting in a password or an API key. And the logic is we need to have a way to make it easy for people to have sensitive data that would be in a command or an API key as part of an overall command with a password maybe, that it wouldn't store that in the history. Yeah, you could do that too. But that's the reason why they set this up the way it is. Kind of strange. All right, that brings us up to the last lab of the day. So we're going to go into the lab directory and we're going to do the Linux command line lab. We're going to do the walkthrough first thing tomorrow morning when we do this. So we have this lab. You're going to open up a Kali instance. You're going to become root and you're going to create a backpipe. This is weird. Trust me. I will spend more time explaining it tomorrow. Just trust me, it works. What we're doing is we're creating something called a FIFO device file, FIFO. FIFO in this situation stands for first in, first out. So that just means it's going to send the data to the other side. So we're naming it backpipe. The P denotes it's a FIFO device file, okay? Then we're going to run this command to create a hidden backdoor on our system. Then we're going to connect into that backdoor with your IP address. Remember, your IP address will be different. And then you're going to run some commands to see that it's working. Then you're going to open up a separate terminal. So we created the backdoor. Now you're going to start hunting that backdoor in a different terminal. So leave it running. You're going to become root. You're going to run lsof space minus lowercase I space minus capital P. And you're going to see your netcat listener present. You're going to zoom in on the process ID of that system. We're going to look at the PSAUX. Then we're going to go to proc on the process ID. And then we're going to run strings against that executable to see if we can find out more about it. Now, this lab, once again, is going to take us a little while. Let's go ahead and put 30 minutes on the clock. And I will come back and then we'll do 15 minutes of Ask Me Anything because we like to close our class with Ask Me Anything. So get those questions ready to go at the end of the class and talk to you in 30 minutes. So get rolling. All right, let's go ahead and let's get started with Ask Me Anything. So I've got my screen up here, and you guys can ask me anything you want. Is there a chance we could get a list of the artists? It's No Bandwidth and May Hex, Mahex. So if you guys can share some links out for that. The No Bandwidth, the No Bandwidth soundtrack is kind of cool because he has one soundtrack that he's created specifically for the future which is pretty awesome as well. So pineapple on pizza, yay or nay? Okay, so here's the thing, Chad. This is really important for me. I used to be very much a purist whenever it came to, if your steak's done over medium, get the chicken. If you, you don't ever put pineapple on pizza. Like there was all these foodism. I worked in kitchens for a long time, and I'm now at the point where like, hey, you want pineapple on your freaking pizza? You put pineapple on your pizza. I don't care. I've got so many other things to get worked up in my life. I do not want to waste any negative time or energy on what people like, whether it's sports teams, comic books, movies, or pizza on that as well. So there we go. We learn how to make workflows in N8N cloud in this course. Yes, we will, Jocko. In fact, let's take a look-see and let's see how my N8N worked out. Okay, here we go. So it did this, start forensic scan, start triage, AI analysis, and then I would put in my credentials right here. So you can set up your credentials, or I can skip now and let it set it up. And there we go. So we got our little, nope, it's still working on it. But you can see it stopped, which I thought was really cool. And it asked me a question, and it's going through and building all of this stuff. So very nice. And I also love how it's explaining what it's doing. Now, this is the commercial version of N8N. We're going to be generating N8N node by node by node by hand. So just a heads up on that as well. Okay. Next question. What's your go-to rock, paper, scissors? Your go-to for rock, paper, scissors is always what would have beaten your opponent's last hand. So what happens is whenever people do rock, paper, scissors, they tend to go in order of what would have beat their last hand. So if you're doing rock, paper, scissors, scissors, more than likely what they're going to do is they're going to go rock next. It's a weird subconscious play whenever you're playing rock, paper, scissors. And once you figure it out that humans kind of start working that way, they do the thing that would have broke their last one. Then you get to the point where you start winning at a higher rate of rock, paper, scissors. And at some point, people think you're a wizard on that as well. Kitchen stories. I'm not going to get into any kitchen stories. You remember, it's funny. I have people that are like, well, did you read the Gordon Ramsay's book? And it's like, yes, Kitchen Confidential, which is very accurate. And then there's movies like Waiting with that guy. I can't remember his name. He's in like the Green
Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, Ryan Reynolds. That's the guy. The Green Lantern guy. That's the one. His movie was incredibly spot on, accurate as well. Is it common yet for people to hire AI familiar employees for their entry-level positions at this time? Not yet. I don't think that people are getting really good at like structuring what they're looking for in terms of AI skills. Honestly, I'm starting to look more and more at AI as just another tool, just another skill set that you need to have. And I don't think that people have wrapped their heads around what those skills are that they're looking for yet either on that as well. Is it a per user preference, or is there more of an industry standard for root? It's just per user. You can actually see like preferences. The way I've been doing this stuff for a long time, and I just have my preferences of running root for a number of different things. It's just strange. Do I rehearse my allegories and references, or this is all improv? It's both. I've taught hundreds of times. I don't know. We've talked about this a lot, Megan. Maybe I'm approaching 1,000 times I've taught. So it's like the quote in Groundhog Day. Maybe God isn't God. Maybe God is just somebody that's done it a lot. So imagine teaching content like this and teaching it, I don't know, 400 or 500 times.
Yeah.
So doing that and repeating that again and again and again, you're going to get good on that as well.
There's a question in Zoom. Is there a difference between being a pen tester and hacker? Or are they the same thing? And if not, what is the difference and how do you become proficient?
That is a great question. So if you're looking at a hacker, a pen tester is a hacker isn't necessarily a pen tester. So if you want to look at the universe, think of the Venn diagram as like big hackers. Hackers, great big circle. And inside of that circle, you have pen testers who are legitimate authorized hackers. And then you have black hat hackers. Those would be your cyber criminals. Both of those would consider to be hackers. However, only a pen tester of that subset of hackers would be a legitimate hacker doing it for all the right reasons and not going to prison. Does that make sense? Okay, other questions. How do I make my backport echo? Jamie, if you want your backport to echo, you need to look into something called a T. So you could basically T the output so you can get it. So instead of it's using a pipe, you would use a T instead, and then it would echo that output to standard, I believe, output to your screen, but I'm not sure. But you would want to work with a T. What do we need to do to prepare our system for N8N? Nothing. It's all going to be set up for you. We have all the instructions in the cloud. We're going to use a Docker version of N8N, and you're going to go through all the instructions to set it up in the cloud. You've got it. Tried a few things in Gordon's Ramsay. Now, in his cookbooks, I don't like Gordon Ramsay's food. I've been to a number of his restaurants, and I think that the reason is he's British. And I'm not trying to start a fight here. I'm just saying I don't like the man's food.
Read the actual comment that Roswell put.
Oh, yeah. It tastes like paper. Yeah. I don't know.
He's got dad jokes for days. I tell you.
Just the Michelin star things makes no sense to me whatsoever. Maybe his French cooking, because I've done, what is that thing? It's the beef Wellington is like his signature dish. I got it at a Gordon Ramsay restaurant and I literally returned it. I'm like, this is tasteless. And the waitress came up to me and she's like, I get that a lot. People don't like it at all.
Really? Well, I mean, you also have cows.
I know I have. Yeah. Right. Absolutely. First time staying near Deadwood for a family getaway this week. Any recommendations for a hidden gem you should not miss? I would recommend driving in Spearfish Canyon. Would definitely be a hidden gem. And then I would go down and eat at Killian's down in Spearfish. Those are some of our favorite restaurants. If you're looking for restaurants in the area, Killian's and Spearfish is really good. And then if you are going in Deadwood, go to Legend Steakhouse. It's probably the best steakhouse. It's where we take out all of our instructors and presenters for Wild West Hacking Fest. Hi, John. It was mentioned in the description of this training you would be covering vulnerability management, as Jerry would say, exposure management. The slide you showed earlier did not show vulnerability management as a topic to be covered. Are you going to cover it? Absolutely. It's the last set of slides. We end with how to do vulnerability analysis and exposure management at that section. Got that one. I'm an idiot sandwich. Love that. As AI, Gen AI, and autonomous systems, quantum computing, and cyber capabilities converge against an increasingly complex geopolitical backdrop, where do you see the biggest opportunities for the security community to implement positive change? What would you personally recommend everyone be doing today to turn these technologies into a defensive advantage and build greater cyber resilience? One of the things I'd recommend is reaching out to, especially if you have these skills, reaching out to your local municipalities and saying, hey, I'm a cybersecurity expert. I'm willing to help. I can do brown bags. Because right now, the problem isn't necessarily the technology, even though the technology is a problem. The bigger problem that we're looking into at the moment right now and trying to deal with all of this is a lot of, let's just say, municipalities, power plants, state and government, local, they're like, why would anybody want to hack our county? Why would anyone want to hack our city? And it turns out that the ransomware people have discovered that if you hack a municipality, the political pressure, let's say if an entire water plant is down, let's say that, an entire record system for a county is down, the pressure for people to pay to get those services up and running is much higher. And a lot of the people that are running those systems or responsible for the purse strings on those systems, they truly do not believe that they're going to be targeted. And the attackers are absolutely targeting. So I think community outreach, and the best way to do community outreach is to basically reach out and just do brown bags. How to protect yourself at home, how to protect your kids online, and try to set up those sessions out there as much as you possibly can. Then people start trusting you on those things as well.
I have another one on Zoom.
Go for it.
What's your thoughts on L1 SOC analysts in the future? Are they going to be replaced by AI?
No. I honestly think that when we're looking at what's going to be happening with L1 analysts I think that the level of skill required to be a level 1 analyst is going to be much higher in the future. And let me give you an example. If you wanted to be an engineer, like a structural engineer, you couldn't just get a job and saying, I'm a real hard worker, and get a job as a structural engineer as an EIT, an engineer in training. You would have to go to college for 4 years, sometimes 6 years, get a degree, pass a test just to be at the level 1 structural engineer status. I think what's going to happen in this industry is that the level of skills that are required to become a level 1 analyst is going to go up. There was years of people just hiring any junior person off the street, and they're like, yeah, I know cyber. And they're like, you're hired. And they would throw you at a sim council and then sink or swim. That's basically where you would be at that particular point. So if I'm looking at what's happening in security, is I believe that there's a professionalism that's starting to come into computer security that we haven't had for a while that other industries do. It's the same thing with the doctor, right? Somebody just doesn't show up to a doctor's office and they're like, I'm a real hard worker and I got a great work ethic and I want to learn to be a doctor. You've literally got to go to school for like 8 years before you're allowed around anybody to be able to do that. And I think that security is going to be going into that level of professionalism and all of that stuff. So if you want to look at like EIT, engineer in training, what it takes to do your, not internship, they got a different name for it in medical. It's not, what is it? It's where you're working for a doctor's office. It's not an internship. They got a different one.
Residency.
God, I wish I could remember. Residency.
Yeah.
Yep. So doing that residency. So I think before you can even get into the door in computer security, you're going to need to have a certain level of skills, and that has to be verified somehow that you have that certain level of skills before you're even allowed to be a level 1 security professional. And I find that nice. And I also find that absolutely terrifying at the exact same time, because there's a lot of people in this industry that don't even have high school diplomas that were amazing, but we're going to need to have some type of system. Right now, we have some jobs that are open that are, we're trying to hire. And yeah, the question is, some people are in this space. Companies hire and train talent. It's getting rarer and rarer. You've got to show something amazing as an intern, like amazing development skills, exploit dev skills. If you just, once again, if you show up and say, I'm a real hard worker and I'm willing to learn, I've got 450 resumes, no shit. We had a job that was open for pen testing. Every single one of those resumes says willing to learn, hard worker. That's fungible. Everybody's got that. So what do you have? And that's really what we're trying to answer in this class, is try to give people the skills that they need to be able to hit those interviews a lot better, to be able to.
And I think aptitude, right,
I do agree.
Important, is very important too. You can't just say, there has to be something that can measure that, that they have the ability to actually learn, not just say that they're going to, that they can learn.
So like I said, we're hiring at BHIS. You shoot an email to jobs@blackhillsinfosec.com and it starts the process. And no, it's not a resume. I don't even look at people's resumes until they've gone through the instructions that we set out for them to do. And if they don't follow the instructions, we nuke them immediately. So that gets back to what Megan was just talking about, aptitude. Show me aptitude first. So
yeah, if we've got to explain the process, then you didn't read the email.
Yeah.
And then that's That's just not a good look.
It doesn't go well. It doesn't go well. All righty. So that's all we got for today. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. And looking forward to seeing you all for section 2. Take care.
Okay, bye. Bye, John.
Later.
Okay, everybody. Have a good night. We will see you again tomorrow, like John said, day 2. And for those of you that are joining us via stream, it will be available on YouTube pretty much right after the stream ends. And for those of you that registered, you'll have it in your dashboard, and we'll also post the recording in the resources channel. But with that, have a good night, everybody. Daryl, it's time to go ahead and kill it with fire. Have a good night, y'all.